Hello, hello. Welcome to the special Friday stream. What's up, 86? How's it going? Man, I woke up really early today. I don't know what happened. It is 6:38. Good morning, JJ. You're up early too. 8:36 p.m. Dang. That is pretty late. What's up, Heaven? How's it going? You can't have had... I actually do have my morning coffee already. Ah. Now that's a damn good cup of coffee. What's that freaking show called? Can you guys hear it? Oh no, I think it's muted.
You know, this is, excuse me, a damn fine cup of coffee. I've had, I can't tell you how many cups of coffee in my life, and
Is it coming through? No? Might be too quiet. Now it is. Now that is a damn good cup of coffee. He always says that in that show. I think it's called Twin Peaks. Twin Pines or something. What was I just on? Twin Peaks. There we go. Yeah. Twin Peaks. I watched that with my roommate one time. It's a weird show. Let me tell you. Oh, so I ended up figuring out what the issue was yesterday. I think I sent it in the Discord, but it was basically that I just didn't have message framing because I used to use this socket library called Mangos, and Mangos would do message framing for you. Because basically what happens is, here, we'll start with a little lecture. Like when I was doing my testing, I would only have one user logged in. So what TCP tries to do is it has a certain size packet, you know, and like let's say I send a bunch of really small messages. TCP is going to try to pack those into larger packets, like this. And then like let's say it sends this one over, and then it waits a little bit, and then sends the next one, which has other packets in it, or other messages in it, you know. And what I was doing is I would just always be looking at the very first one, like this. And also what can happen is if you send a really big packet, oops, sorry. If you send a really big message, TCP might fragment it. So like this one could be completely full. And then it could continue on over here. Jumbo frames, yeah. So it can also fragment your packets. This isn't what it was happening for me because I have small packets. But I don't know if it would ever fragment one of these because they're so small. But maybe if it like overlapped like this, it might fragment it, you know, and put it in another packet. I don't know. I don't know about that, but I guess it's possible. But basically I was just dropping all of these. Like I would just not look at these at all. because I didn't have message framing. So the proper way to think about it is you should think about TCP like just a big stream of data and not think about the underlying packets. Once I use UDP, it'll be more important to pack, like I'll be manually packing packets like this, and then sending them over. So I'll need some kind of differentiator anyways. But like the way to think about it is to think about it like here's one message, here's another message, here's another message, here's this message, you know. But all of these get packed in, you know. So you're just reading messages now. So what you need to have is you need to have something that reads the whole message at once and then returns that. So I changed my receive functions to use this library called GoFrame. And this one basically, you decide how you want the framing to work. I ended up going with the length field based approach, which is basically that there's the very first 2 bytes of every single message is just the length of the message. But basically what'll happen is GoFrame's gonna read the entire frame. So basically just reads, oh, that's really zoomed out. It'll basically just keep reading bytes, or it'll read I think what it does is it reads the first byte and then it reads until it finishes reading the rest of it. Like it says like, oh, this is like 8 bytes, and then it reads 8 bytes and it waits until it reads 8 bytes and then it returns that whole chunk all at once. This guy asks me to stream and goes to lunch. Unbelievable. The nerve. But anyways, this explains all of the weird issues I was having. Because I would have messages come in and it would be like, I would have some weird number here. So what must have been happening is there must have been that splitting happening too. Where like I would get a new packet. Like, ooh, let me draw it better. TCP packets. I must have had things go like this, where the packet is fragmented across. Because I would read this one, like this one would fail to deserialize, you know? And this one would also fail, because this one wouldn't know that I wouldn't be able to find the right message header. So it wouldn't know like what it is. Like what the message contents were. But that is now fixed. But WebSockets, also notably, WebSockets has message framing for you. So everything you send is a message, not a stream. But so yeah, that is that. Let's see here. I don't even know what I'm gonna work on. Oh, actually, I kind of want to work on. Yesterday when I was redeploying the MMO, it was really painful. So I was thinking about working on like getting things set up to automatically build and automatically deploy. I don't know exactly how I'm gonna structure it though. Let me think. Because right now, basically what I do is I have this thing that just copies the 2 binaries. Like I have kind of like 3 steps. I have the or let's continue drawing. Why not? Or can I just control A? No. Yeah, so I have a website. I need to push the I guess I have like a page, I have HTML. And I'm just gonna do WASM. That's kind of the client. And then maybe there's like other files that also need to be copied over, but those are not super important. The main thing is the WebAssembly. That's like kind of what gets rebuilt. This comes from the client. Let's see here. And then I have my server. Oh geez, that's an R. I'm getting pretty good at writing with my mouse. And here I have, this is actually a Firebase website, but this goes to Hugo. So let me do this actually. Because I need to rebuild Hugo, and then I need to deploy. Okay. So that's the client path. I have a proxy. I like how I finish. I'm halfway through writing a word and I already switch over. Yeah, Hugo's pretty nice, and it's pretty easy to just throw random web pages into it. So tired today. Yeah. Well, I mean, you're up pretty early, so you gotta get you some coffee. Don't get confused. What are you confused about? No, I also have a server binary. This is like the game server. This is the problem with calling things a server. Is like literally everything's a server. This is a server, but this is the computer. I'm gonna call this like compute or something. This is a compute. Okay. That's from the client. Both of these come from the MMO repo. MMO. And then I have this, which comes from my blog, which I call unit dev. It's weird because this kind of needs to get generated into that, which is the weird part. But I don't think I like that really. I think what should happen is this should pull from these artifacts. So I think I'm gonna think about it like this. I'm gonna have the MMO project. Man. MMO project is gonna build artifacts. And this is just gonna be like an automatic thing. And then I'm gonna have unit dev. This will probably also build standalones. This is gonna it's gonna pull the artifacts and then deploy them. I don't think that that'll be too hard. I like wait a second, just realized the title, Homeless Man. Web has a lot going on. I'm still home, haven't left my grandma's house yet. About 7 a.m. I'll be back later. Oh, okay. All good, buddy. We're using Firebase. Hugo, what else? Pretty much just that. GitHub. I'll probably use GitHub Actions for most of this stuff. Homeless jobless man. Yeah. It's a little bit of a I was just kind of making it. I don't know. I was trying to be funny. I'm not homeless. It was a joke. But Hugo full stack? No. Hugo is a static site generator. So you basically put markdown into it and then you generate a website out of that. Yeah, it's just static site. But you can kind of use it in a dynamic way like I'm doing, where I have a WebAssembly. Like you can upload a like web page that talks to a backend, which is what I'm doing. but it generates a static web page and then just has HTML. I'm not super like up to speed on web technologies, so I don't know like the alternatives, but it seems pretty easy to just have like, oh, this is my web page and blah, 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 blah. I kind of want to capture. It would be nice if I could capture all of this into like one project. But I don't really know how to do that. I feel like I would almost have to write my own like language, you know? Like I want to like capture this behavior. I don't like alternatively, what I could do is like this could just be like a like I don't like the fact if I separate these into two different things where like MMO just has these things being built. I don't like the fact that unit dev like just has to trust that those are going to be there. Monorepo, yeah, kind of like I don't know, like I think the repository division helps a little bit there, but it's more like because even in a monorepo, like this would be a project and this would be a different project. But yeah, like maybe having it in a monorepo might make it easier to manage. And I think that's probably why people use monorepos. But it would be nice if I could like have some language that just goes like I don't know, like MMO build artifacts. And then like unit dev is another thing I want to build. Maybe I need a monorepo that builds all my stuff or defines how to build all my stuff. That's actually an interesting idea. Like I just don't like that that this connection isn't really modeled anywhere other than in unit dev. But I don't really have a good way around it other than like modeling it myself. Do you know Bazel? From what you're describing, it's basically that. I do not know Bazel. I'll look into it though. I wish I could think like unit. I just keep trying to build house with no foundation. I don't know. Like, a lot of the times I feel like I'm doing stupid stuff, so. Fast, correct, choose to. Doesn't Bazel require a degree to use? Is it really hard? Works great with monorepos. Yeah, I'm not technically a monorepo. Hard to work with. Um, oh, is there a lot to it? Oh, it's like is it a build system? Buildifier is a tool that parses and emits source code in standard style. Every build file. Is this a continuous? Is this a CI tool or is this a build tool? Rebuild only what is necessary. I think this is a build tool. Multilingual magic. Oh, maybe it has both. And continuous integration system. It gives you every possibility. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I feel like I don't. Not a CI tool. I see. Okay. Yeah. Like what I usually do is I usually make like a make file, and then I have what I was thinking of doing was having make files in every repo that have like specific build targets that do specific things. And then you can think of a repo as like maybe an interface to some other greater tool. Like you'd have this larger thing which goes and calls all of this stuff. So maybe I don't use GitHub Actions, but then I don't have like the nice thing about GitHub Actions is it uses like the same version, or does it? No, like, well, it spins up its own little thing and runs it, which is kind of nice. Like it's automatic. So maybe I have GitHub Actions that just triggers a thing. I think what I'll do is I'll have one other repo. See you, JJ. Hope you have a great day. Travel time. Good. I think I'll have another repo, and I think that other repo is gonna have a GitHub Actions where every time I push, it's going to do a deployment of all of this stuff. However hard Basil is, it probably isn't as hard as Gulp. I haven't heard of Gulp. Gulp JS. TypeScript, develop in any language. That doesn't make sense. Like TypeScript is a language. It's weird that they put a language and they say develop in any language. Create asset with any tool. Markdown, write using any format. Interesting. Interesting. I do think that I think some libraries try to be too generic and it makes them really hard to use. I don't know if this is the case. I've never used this before, but when they say develop with anything, do anything, that makes me worried. So it's like, I don't really want to do anything. Like I want to do something very specific. So I like when people solve like a very specific problem. And then when I have that same exact problem, it's like, oh, I'll just use that because they solved it exactly what I wanted, you know? So I guess I have two options though. In this repo, let's call this like deploy. In deploy, I could either do I want to build inside the MMO project or do I want to build here? Like I can either have the deploy repo, download artifacts from the MMO project, or I could have it build them, you know? That's the hard part. I guess it's not really the hard part, but this was supposed to be a slash. I think I'm gonna have the deploy project build them. And the reason why I think that is because, are you planning to have some kind of registry for artifacts like Docker images, binaries? Yeah, so that's kind of like what I'm toying with. Like either I wasn't planning to do Docker, at least not at the start. I wasn't planning to. Right now I just have binaries. But like I guess there's two options. I can either have something where like let's say the MMO repo builds artifacts and like puts them somewhere. Like usually you can host them on GitHub. Like I think if I go here, I think if I go to, like, you can go to, like you usually have like a release section, you know? So I can have it, I can automatically build releases and then have my binaries in there if I want. I could do that. I could either have the MMO project do that basically, or I could have like another repository, build them locally, and then deploy those local ones, you know? The nice thing about doing it this way though, or the nice thing about, at least about tracking my artifact versions, is that if I have to roll back for some reason, that's pretty easy. I think I'm gonna have everything tracked here, because I think it's gonna be too painful to have, because then everything's built in the same repo, and that's pretty easy. I can also have like continuous builds happening here. I just won't use them for anything. And also, I think the advantage of doing that is now if I have some of the binaries can be configured by config files. If I want to build specific ones, I can build specific ones here, you know? I don't have to worry about it. Because I also have, like, for example, I have this. Oops. Oh, cmd, proxy. I have like a config.yaml file, which defines some of the things. Like, for example, on the server, I have different cert files, and then locally I have different cert files. So it's nice to have this stuff defined somewhere else. Because these are almost like inputs, you know? Yeah, I think this is good. Do I want to make this a public repo? Or a private one? I guess it doesn't matter for now. What do I want to call this? I was kind of calling it deploy, but I feel like that's a stupid name. Maybe I have a repo called build. And then build is just a mono repo that holds all of my build stuff. I'm worried though that if I have everything in one, it might be hard to differentiate. Like I don't want to redeploy everything every single time, you know? Unless the versions change. So maybe I like hash the versions or something and I can track that if it needs to be rebuilt. I think we'll call it build. I like it. Let's see here. What is it? That's kind of a bad name, isn't it though? Because build is often something that gets deleted. I'm gonna call it CI. I want to do git in it. Okay. Nope. Let's see here. Let's just focus. What we'll do first is we'll get Dorney paths filter is a useful GitHub action that can help branching workflows based on change file. So only if the server code has changed, you can. Oh, interesting. You can only build the server. That sounds really nice. It enables conditional execution workflow steps and jobs based on the files modified by pull request on a feature branch or recently pushed commits. I've used in my mono repo. Interesting. For only change as a built-in path filters. Oh, built-in path filters. I've done something similar a couple months ago with Go Bazel GitHub Actions mono repo. If you're interested, I'd share it with you and you can take a look. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, happy to take a look if it's like a public repo. But if it's not, that's all good. Yeah, only if you feel comfortable. You know, like you don't have to do it on my account. Changes, filters. Oh, so runs only if some files in source where it was changed. I wonder how it oh, it must look at it must look at the last git commit or the last chunk of git commits and then like checks to see if any of those files have changed. Interesting. That's actually kind of nice. This might actually work for what I was worried about. Because what I'll probably have is I'll probably specify like the version of um I'll probably specify the version that I'm trying to pull in, like of the server binary, for example. And then this would be able to detect that change, and then it would be able to use a different one. Maybe, I don't know. I'm gonna put this into a let's do this. Let's make a folder called MMO. Uh, I'm tempted to put this in a make file, but I also feel like it's gonna be harder to do there. Um, add you as a collaborator. Nice, thanks. Oops. Great directory, yes. Heaven, do you mind if I show it on stream? Yeah, I use it to figure out one of our internal libraries have changed, then build everything that requires a library. Okay, cool. Yeah, that does sound pretty nice. Or figure out if a service has changed, then build and deploy that service. Oh, that's super nice. Cool, that's like exactly what I want. Uh-oh. I was hoping it would take me there. I guess it's probably my list of repos now, huh? Hmm. Dang. feel like it would tell me. I was hoping when I clicked that button, it would take me there. It says pending invite. I thought for sure I clicked I clicked the checkbox. Oh, done. Oh, I clicked the, gotcha. There's like a checkbox on the notifications. I thought when I clicked the checkbox, it would be, like, yes, I do want to join. You know what I mean? Okay, let's take a look. Golang Giselle. Some info not in the README. Oh, okay, yeah. Hit me. What's like the entry point makefile? Build.mk. See up Yek. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? What was the file I was looking for? Build.mk. Oh, tools make build.nt. Docker container prune. Oh, this cleans. Nothing much, just school. Nice, nice. You need Basil, Basilisk installed. Also Docker with Kubernetes enabled if you want. Then you can only write tilt up and it builds. Oh, tilt up and it builds everything. Also caches everything. Super powerful. Oh, nice. I guess tilt files maybe the entry point then? Basil query. Watch label, Basil K8s. Inside Golang, first basic app and one lib with dependency of app. I see. Basil build. Oh, so this is for the Kubernetes. Oh, this is actual execution. Okay, so then you have like app image, and this is the one you're talking about. Golang CMD app one. This is your Go project. Okay. You have a build file. Interesting. Container push. Interesting. Oh, this is your how your this is how your Kubernetes is set up. I gotcha. Okay. Oh, so you define Go libraries. That's interesting. Wait, but is this a main package? That's weird to me. I guess it's basically all automatic. It's weird that you have to define this like at all though, right? Because Go should, I assume this one depends on internal, right? Or your internal app. Right? Like this should make it get pulled in. Dependencies are shared when you have multiple apps, keeping the size down. Well, Go will build a static binary, won't it? Like, are you saying it's going to build a shared library for this? Or it'll build it all together, so you don't have to like reclone two repos. Maybe that's what you mean. Hey, Dracula, how's it going? What's Giselle? Hmm. Giselle is used for Go. Oh, is it one of those like Go oops. I'm just curious. Oh, build file generator. Oh, Basil Giselle. Oh, interesting. Oh, so you generated those files, I see. Gotcha. Okay. Huh. Interesting. So most of your logic would be held in the build file, I guess. The Basil build file. Like this is what you or that's empty. Maybe it's all in tilt. I don't know. Huh. That's pretty cool. Every app has a build file. Oh, and that's what you write. I see. Okay. So you wrote the okay, I see, I see. Okay. Interesting. Hmm. Interesting. Okay. So this is more sorry, I'm just trying to understand like the direction of that this flows in. You have a tilt file. The tilt file calls Basil, and I guess did you code this? Did you write all of this stuff? Yeah, all good. No, it's interesting to see. Like, I'm always interested in like how the standard ways of doing this stuff is. Oh, tilt files only needed if you want to deploy it in Kubernetes. Gotcha. Okay, I see. Okay, that's cool. That's a cool reference. Thanks for sending it over. I appreciate it. I think you can run the Bazel command on its own and it deploys it depending on the job stage you put it in. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that's the other thing that I haven't really considered too much is having different stages, which is an important thing in SCI. Let me start making another cup of coffee. I'll be right back. I'm still thinking about exactly how I want to attack this. Newt. 45 minutes in and already a cough break. Could you imagine asking somebody to stream on a Friday, the last day of the week, and then you don't even come for the first 45 minutes? Welcome to Discord Heaven. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I know. I just like to be dramatic. I just like to get mad at Conifer about everything that he does. Not my fault my wife came back. That is your fault, actually. It sent me off the shop. Hey, you better listen. Or I'm gonna tell her to make you work even harder. Alright, so this will just be a build script. And now I gotta go again. Unreal. The nerve of some people. It just doesn't add up. Alright. Where did all my things go? This I can close. That I'm gonna minimize. This I can minimize. Okay. I really wish I didn't have to code this in Make, but I don't really know a good alternative. So here we are. I feel like I keep alt tabbing to go to somewhere, but I don't really know where I'm trying to go to. But what I really want to do is I want to go to here. CMD. I wrote this script that launches 10 clients. I was testing yesterday. Newt Doru, welcome. How's it going? Then don't. Yeah, the problem is it's like deceptively easy just to use bash and make. It's just so easy to write a make file. And I can always translate it later. I don't think it's going to be that complicated. But I've been known to say that, and I've been known to be wrong. Both simultaneously. Yeah, exactly. Those are my famous last words. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do this. No, I don't want to call it path. I want to call it something else. Target. Target is going to be I think what I want to do is like I need to pull this repo. But it's weird because I want to pull the repo and I don't want to run go commands on it. I want to run like a make file command on it. I'm trying to think of where I want the separation to be of like a repo building itself versus something else building its code. I almost feel like I shouldn't have any of this stuff in here at all. Because like the only reason I have any of this build or this stuff separate, this was for testing, but like I'm trying to think, is there any advantage to having the like target repo know how to build itself? Yeah, I guess there is, because I'll break my build if I don't, like I need to have an interface, right? I need to have some kind of interface that the CI system calls. I was thinking of having a repo, a build repo that pulls in others and then builds them. That was kind of this decision that I was kind of going through. It was like either the MMO builds itself and then the deploy repo pulls in those artifacts, or which is probably like the right way to do it. This is like the more common way to do it. I just don't really see, and it kind of makes sense because then you have the same build version everywhere. But I almost want those artifacts to be produced by this repo. Or this one's called build, or this one's called CI now. So, but the MMO, I think what I'll do is I'm going to think about a repo like this. It's going to be like, and this is just going to be an interface, and it's going to have like a build function, and maybe that's it. So I call make build. Like that's what, like literally, like this should maybe be something like this. I don't know. Here, I'm just gonna write some comments. Git pull target, and then make build, right? But then like pass in the, like have it build locally, you know what I mean? Not build inside of this. Or really, it's technically git clone. I wonder, like it would be nice to rely on Go a little bit more though, to where I could do like go get. Like it would be super nice to just be like go get target. But the problem with that is now I don't have access to the folders. Also, this should probably be like shallow or something. I think that's a flag. Because I don't want to pull the whole repo, I just want to pull the tip of it. The other nice thing about this is then I specify the version. Like I can do like go get -u now and stuff like that. I guess I could make a Go file that I was thinking I could make a Go file that does the build. That might be silly. Would it be? Hmm. Morning, Jomi. Lots to think about. Cause like I think that it would be nice. Like if I could do this, I have this, and then I just do like go run, build.go or something like that. You know what I mean? And now it's like perfectly versioned, isn't it? Yesterday, yesterday unemployed, today homeless. Yep. This is my life now, Jomi. I'm in a Starbucks right now. You guys hear it? No, yeah, I'll have a latte. Sorry, I'm talking to the worker. I live here now. Hmm. Homeless but still enough money to buy Starbucks. What if you introduce breaking changes in one of the services? Should it build and fail, or do you want it to always use specific versions? Like, deploy and fail, or do you want to always use specific versions? Oh, do you mean like, do I want to build off of latest? Do I always want to rebuild with the latest, or do I want to build with whatever versions passed in? I probably want to build with whatever versions passed in. Yeah. That's why it's nice to do this. Because now I can be like, go get blah 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 at like v1.10 or something like that. Or technically it would be a part of this, I believe, but you can get specific tagged versions, I think. And then now here it's like uh now here it's like I'm controlling exactly what I'm building. And if I want to use latest, I can also do latest, you know. Like for the MMO, like if I could probably do latest just because it's all built together. You could also as oh, that's true. Yeah, you can also get clone tags, can't you? So I guess that doesn't really matter that much, does it? How do you do that? I don't even remember. If you release it in GitHub like that. Oh, there we go. This is what I meant by shallow. Branch? Oh, tag name. Actually, thanks for telling me that, because that was like why I was thinking of doing it this way. So now I can just do this. Then if you just clone and whatever tag you need, build it and done. But if you want to create a release tag, you should also directly build it on release tag. Sorry, then you just clone in whatever tag you want. Yep, okay, build it, and it's done. But if you create a release tag, you can also build it on, oh yeah, you can have like the action trigger to build on the release. Yeah. Hmm. So in your build script is more like a deploy script. Yeah, I wonder if I'm just I wonder if I'm completing those two things. Like I might just be I might be just making things really confusing. Because I guess there is a difference between building something and deploying it. Hmm. Is this why I already built tags, binaries, etc. Then you deploy that like an umbrella chart for Helm or something? I've never used Helm. Chart? Chart? Umbrella chart means one thing where you can define a whole state you want to deploy, like every version of every service. Oh, I see. Gotcha. Yeah, I think I think this is the direction I'm gonna go in. I think I'm gonna think of it like I'm gonna think of every repo as having functions in it, and those functions are gonna be defined by a makefile. And like this might be the wrong way to go, but this is what I'm gonna do. And then if it doesn't work out, we'll learn from it. But I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have a makefile in every repo that defines like an interface of functions that this CI system expects there to be, and then I'll just have this guy just build those. I think that's what I'm gonna do. And I think that if it doesn't work out, we'll learn from our mistakes. Because I think that this repo should define how it gets built. Uh, that means I need a makefile out here. Build. I want to do like this. No, I'm just gonna do build deploy. What is it? Echo? Yeah, echo. We're gonna do this. Yeah. Oh, let me get my coffee. I'll be right back. Currently listening to Unit Stream, programming, and listening to the radio at the same time. That's impressive. Yeah, I was torn when I was starting streaming. I was like, do I want to like put music on in the background? But I figured that like if people want to listen to stuff, they can just listen to stuff at the same time, you know? So I opted to not do that. And I could even listen to music too separately, but I usually don't. I feel like I would get distracted. Unless you guys want to listen to the music I listen to. The other challenge is like finding like no copyright stuff. Yes. I want to go to another makefile. This one. Do I ride motorcycles? Or are you talking to Jomi? I I have had a motorcycle in the past. I do not have a motorcycle now though. It rains a lot in Florida. We'll add tags later. Because I don't have any tags. Was it an R1? Why why do you think that? Do I sound like an R1 type kind of guy? Oh, I need to commit this repo. I have so much stuff in here. This is gonna be bad. No, 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 no. Yes. No. Oh no, haha. Yes. Not in a bad way. No, I gotcha. I didn't have an R1, no. I had a Buell Blast. It's more of an upright bike. It's not like a crotch rocket or anything like that. You sound like you ride an R1. This is gonna be really hard to test unless I have a way to locally do this. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make it so you can also specify absolute paths. Ninja H2. Nice. Shoot, but now I can't, the clone command won't be the same. We'll just do this. We're not cloning yet. The only problem is I want this build to use the exact same build I use. Oops. Aw. I don't think I actually know what a Ninja H2 looks like. Oh, that's a sick one. Ninjas look pretty cool. I like ninjas. Um, it's like the most useless thing you get for the road, as overkill as Basil Kubernetes idea, but that makes it fun, I guess. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, they're just uncomfortable, but they look so cool, and you look cool riding them too, and you feel cool. So it's I don't know, but like on a long road trip, it's like oh boy, what am I doing? My bike was pretty small too, though, so it would have been tough to ride for a long distance. Oof, this coffee's good. I needed that. Need that little pick me up. I almost feel like let's look at what does it take to build the client? CD to make Wasm. Hmm. I feel like I'm splitting stuff up too much. I guess I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure what the difference should be between between like being inside the MMO repo and building an artifact versus um this CI thing building it. But I'm just gonna truck on, I think. It's whatever. Like someone might want to build just binaries, right? I have a way to do that. But the CI system wants to build them as well. But with maybe specific config stuff passed in. I just don't like that I have this like I end up having this like tree of make files, and I don't really like that much. But I'm not really sure like a better option, to be honest. Like the client, for example, I have 3 targets: Linux, WebAssembly, Windows. Hmm. But like I could put all of this stuff way up here or into. All right, that's a bad example because I don't think that one really works. Maybe it does. Right, like I could do that, and then instead of this, just build, it would be like build. That it would be that. Can you just execute the build make file from each app you pull in? So every repo app defines its own build stuff, and you just call it from the general build script. Yeah, that's kind of what I was doing. It just feels weird. I don't know. It feels kind of weird. I feel like it works though, but so then every like repo defines how to build it, and then I have this CI system that just builds them all, basically. I think the part I don't like, I think, is I think I'm just being lazy. I think that what I really need to do is have, like, when I call why you want to build them all again. I don't want to build them all again. I only want to build them once, but I want to build them into specific spots, I guess. So I think I just need to specify like the output directory of the build. But I don't know. Like, I'm not sure. I guess we'll find out. I'm not sure what output directory this is going to put these into. But I think let's run a little experiment here. This is going to do, what is it, make? I think you do -C. What is it? Change the directory before reading the make files or doing anything else. If multiple C options, it's capital C. So I'll make in this other repo, and I'll make the target build, and then this one's going to like make -C. I'm just hard coding stuff for now. Oh, okay. Then up here, make build. Missing separator. Oh. Workplace. Oh. Workspace. Yeah, I think it built them up here. Yeah, today's the 7th, right? Okay. So I need the when I call the build, I need to build into the current directory, I guess. Because I need to put all the files into the right spots and in a way that so that I know where they are always. I guess I can build them locally and just pull it from there, can't I? Like now that I've built it, I kind of know where they all are. right? Like I can just go and get these files now because I have the path. Actually, I don't really have the path, do I? Because I have them going to a subdirectory cmd. But I have to have this one build to something else. Maybe I just need to flesh out this interface a little bit. I wish I had more more room on this file. Wish can I do another tab? I'll just do another one. I'll have two of these guys. Okay. We have a build. Which is kind of like a function. I feel like there's some config that I have to pass in here. And it's like repo.build. That's gonna do some stuff. But it needs to return something. So I either return the files in the form of putting them somewhere. Uh, or I return the path to all the files that were built. I think I'll return like a bunch of strings. So then you have like your repo. Your repo you call the build function on with some configuration maybe. That does a build. Goes off and does a bunch of stuff. And then returns a bunch of strings. And that should be the paths to all the files. Or like that's the path to all the build artifacts. I'm not really sure the best way to do this inside of Make. I'm almost like really tempted to just do this in Go as well. Like build my own version of Make in Go. That's a little bit more like well defined. The alternative, what I could do is when I build this stuff, like I could just print out the file to some other thing. I feel like what I'm going to end up with though is I'm going to end up with, like this should probably have a build target too, shouldn't it? I'm curious what the Go, or let's look at, actually, what does it go help get? Go get was used to build and install a package. Now Go get is dedicated to adjusting dependencies in Go mod. Go install may be used to build and install commands instead. When a version is specified, I want to go here. I'm wondering if I can like hijack this. Go install, build flags, packages. Go install command builds and installs the package named by the paths on the command line. Executables main packages are installed in the directory named by gobin environment variable, which defaults to gobin, gopath bin, or home gobin. If the gopath environment variable is not set, executables in goroot are installed in goroot bin. Non-executable packages are built and cached. Or maybe I want to use go build, not install. Go install build packages in module aware mode. Oh, ignoring the go mod. Oh. Go list. VM flag. It's weird it's going through go list now. Oh. Modules instead of packages. Where's go build? Computes the build list by reading go mod files and performing minimal, yeah. Oh, go work. That's interesting. I didn't realize that that existed. That's kind of a nice little flag. Because I do use workspaces. Most commands, report an error if go mod is missing information or doesn't accurately reflect. Mod flag may be used with most module aware commands. Okay. Oops. Where's the like there for sure there's got to be a oops. Where's there one up here? iFlag installs the packages that are dependencies of the target. Work, print the name of the temporary work directory and do not delete when exiting. Oh, sorry. Am I super duper quiet? I'll put my mic closer. I kind of started leaning back. Am I lulling you to sleep? Can't have that. Build mode. Compiler name. Plugin. Archive.a files. Package named main are ignored. Oh, this is just like the pie. Position independent executables. I think let's see how far I can get with. I put you a little quieter. Oh. I thought you were saying my audio was quiet. All good. I understand if you have to turn me down. Hmm. When I do client, it's this. Because I think Go also has, and I think this might solve, there's like a Go build flag or something like that. Or maybe there's, um, there we go. Customizing binaries with build tags. Wait a second. Okay. Adding a build tag, okay. Plus build tag name. Oh, wait a second. This is not what I wanted. Yeah. Build constraint known as a build tag is a condition under which so I can tag stuff that way. Binary only package. I wonder if there's something, oops. I wonder if there's something like this. Hmm. Um, I swear there's gotta be a, I thought for sure I've seen this somewhere. Maybe I just have environment variables. Maybe I just have to do build tags. Like maybe everything should be a build tag. let's do this. Let's do, we'll do Go. We'll do a WASM build. Like so. Oh wow, welcome back. Welcome back, Confer. Okay, so this needs to be a Go module then. Actually, I want to go one directory up. Wouldn't you like to know? I'm trying to build a like automated build and deployment thing for my project because I was trying to deploy it yesterday and it was really painful. So I was like, oh, I need something that does this automatically. So here we are. So that's what we're doing. Xmake is much nicer than CMake. Prove me wrong by fighting on an arena. Dang. I could never. I've actually never heard. Oops. Malformed import path. What the heck? I've never heard of Xmake. Getting started. Build backend project generator package manager. That's how to install. I just want to look at the syntax. Simple description. FYI, my build system is much nicer. I'm good, Kai. Hey, how's it going? Need some tweaking though. Yeah. Yeah, I think build systems are kind of hard. Well, it's like because I want to rely on like stuff other people have built. Like I want to rely on as much of the Go tooling that I can, so I don't have to like reinvent a lot of stuff. But then that also means I have to like kind of integrate with how they did stuff. Interesting. That does seem pretty nice. Seems more like declarative, less programmatic. Which I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence on how I feel about declaring stuff and not really knowing what it does. Because I feel like whenever I have to customize something to do something else, it ends up being hard. Like once I have to customize it too far. Wait, why isn't this working though? LD flags leading dash. Oh, this should not be a. That's weird. When in doubt, terminal it out. I always say. Import path. Oh, this stuff's just I probably have it the wrong order. Such wise words. Yep. Or it might actually need to be the very last thing. Oh, that's right. This guy doesn't have this thing. From a homeless Florida programmer. You got it. I'm gonna move this stuff to my workspace. Close that guy. Cut that guy. Paste this guy. Now we're talking. Let's see here. Ah, ah, ah. All right. I don't know Vim. Vatisse builds keep getting corrupted for some reason. Have you managed to fix the stutters on movement? No, not yet. I haven't fixed that yet. I haven't fixed the cross-platform problem. Though I did look a little bit into the cross-platform testing. Vitesse. I don't know what that is. Vite. But I looked a little bit into it. There's these services you can pay for, and there's also like a free tier of like it'll just spin up VMs of different versions, it seems like, and you can just interact with your thing on different like on different OSs. It'd be nice to have some kind of automated test though. And I don't think it would be that hard to like do it myself on my own little like server, like at home or something. When they have performance overhead. Yeah, but it's Chrome on Windows works now. Oh, really? That's good. Yeah, those would have performance overhead for sure, but it's not about performance testing. It's about just testing to make sure it works, at least to start out with. What I had thought about doing, and this wasn't like something I was really actively pursuing. If anyone's trying to get cross-site cookies to work, Angular HTTP requests. Oh, nice. That sounds pretty challenging. But what was I saying? I lost my thread. Oh, I was thinking it would be nice to have like a automated test suite that like something that just controls the mouse and keyboard and runs through some like set thing and then video records what it looks like. And then I can just watch a little video to see if it looks right, you know, and then make sure everything interacts properly. And then if I wanted to make it like automated a step further, you could also have like compare the video to some like golden copy of the video to see what it should look like. Still confused why it's not cross-platform compatibility as it's WebAssembly from Go. Oh, cross-platform compatible. Unless you have to cross-compile the code to Windows as .go. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think it's necessarily like an OS thing. I think it's like a browser version. It's like a browser compatibility issue. Yeah, I know what you mean. You don't like I compiled directly to WebAssembly, and the WebAssembly should be able to run on every WebAssembly target. The only difference I can think of is different WebAssembly implementations, you know? Like You know, there's like browser incompatibility issues for like everything. Like it's like, oh, you have to have like Firefox does it this way and Chromium does it this way, right? So you have like the different implementations of the browsers, and now I think we're running into that. And then you have the different builds of those implementations onto different target hardwares, and that's another issue, right? Like if my OpenGL code doesn't work properly with a certain graphics card, then that might be an issue. Yeah, it's just something some different there's some difference in the bottom layer of some people interacting with it, and it seems to manifest more on Windows than Linux. Make build. There you go. Um, that's the WebAssembly one. That's the Linux one. This is the I'm gonna comment this one out. It's weird this one's highlighted differently. I'm trying to think. I wish I could do some kind of command on what I call build. I wanted to do some command. I'm just gonna try something. I don't know if this is gonna work, but client main go. Hmm. That didn't work. Bash file, then run a bash script from make, I guess. Yeah, just the problem is it's really convenient. Um, it's really convenient to just run go build. Because then I have all the versioning managed by like a go mod file, right? Like I have all my versions managed here, which is nice. Well, there's some things in this repo that I want to do before I build, I think. Yeah, that doesn't work. Okay. Well, we tried. Well, we tried. We tried our best. Okay, so we have all of these captured now. I feel like I went super back and forth on all of this. Go doesn't know echo. Since it's not a Go thing. Yeah, I was just trying to see if it would run anything. Like, I don't think, I think the way I was doing it isn't the right thing. I think that's how you do build tags. Maybe I can just, let me search for this actually. I don't really know how to search for this. How to run a command on Go build. Like, I don't know. Like, it would be nice if there was like a build hooks or something like that. Oh, that's not what I want. Build hooks. They're actually intentionally absent for a number of reasons. Yes, you can use a fancier build system if you need something fancy. Go get install build are predictable. Talk about adding go gen subcommand to build auto-generated depths in Go 1.4, but there's an explicit action for package maintainers only. The generated code would be submitted. It would never be run on go get install build. Have a func that runs. Have a func that runs that command and push it to build. That's how it works with go build. Yeah, from 2014. Yeah, this is pretty old. I didn't see what you wrote. No. Or oh, I'm in chop chat. No, I think YouTube may have deleted it. Sorry, I don't think I can turn down chat moderation any further. Like, I think it's basically off. Yeah, send it in Discord. Oh, fire teller. Oh, wait. Oh. Hello, welcome to the Discord. Yeah, this would run though. This will run during runtime. I need something to run at build time. Yeah, I did use go generate, but that happens when you do go, like, I don't know if I can do Go generate on something like I don't know if I can do Go generate like this, can I? Like, can you do Go generate? Let's look at the page. Go help generate. Like, I'm using Go generate to generate some things. Maybe I can. I just don't know how it works when I. Like, I thought that running Go generate is just going to operate on your own repo. So I'd have to have them all in the same repo, I guess. I don't know. We were here. We can try it though. Not generating files. Yeah, packages and dependency modules. That's the problem, I think. So like I have specific build things. Let's see here. I have the server still. I really should build all of this stuff into the build folder, shouldn't I? Actually, all these are together. That we don't need. That should be all of this. Um, I'm gonna do .bin just so I can track these a little bit better. No, actually I'm not. I'm kind of confused now, because what is it building exactly? Wait, why homeless is on the title? What do you mean? That was just a joke. I was saying unemployed. I just quit my job, so I was writing unemployed. So it's the next stage. I rushed into it. Rushed into the next stage. Yeah. Also, welcome Cynthia. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Actually, I'm in the wrong folder. Tomorrow he's dead. Yeah. I'm a trainee from Argentina. Cool. What are you training for? Trainee sounds very military, but I won't suppose. But I'm studying here for software development. Nice, that's awesome. One year? Cool. You're 1 year in or 1 year left? How long does the whole training last for? This needs to be it's funny the proxy's bigger than the server. I don't know what's in it that takes so much space. I assume these are all running correctly. Yeah. Oh, this one must be connected to the like this is the actual build. This isn't the test build. No, I mean that I've never worked on it, so I can't be called a junior yet. I see. Gotcha. Still in training. I like it. And what languages are you using? Hopefully not Java. Just kidding. If you use Java, I won't hold it against you. I was like you once, a trainee shit poster. Now I'm a full stack shit poster. That's Conifer. He doesn't bite. He just talks a big game. Big game. C#, JavaScript, React. Nice. I too. He does bite apparently. Good thing he's over the computer. I feel like there's a lot of front end people. Like most of the I feel like most of the people that I meet that I interact with from like streaming on YouTube are always like front end. Ooh, Microsoft Kotlin. There you go, Conifer. That's your next job. That's your next opportunity. I think this is okay. Because Microsoft doesn't make fun languages. Ruthless. Okay, so we have this built now. I think suppose more people will look at a video with a nice looking website rather than an invisible API. That's probably true. TypeScript is nice. A lot of C# hate out there, jeez. That was like my second language, I think, was C sharp. I didn't hate it. It was okay. I have the artifacts now. You just preferred Java, yeah. Exactly. That's why I switched to Java. I was like, you know what? C sharp's great and all, but I want the OG. I want the OG Java. Um. Oh, I have another. Ah. I don't think there's gonna run in here. There's actually a way to get um make file. Oh no, this is what I wanted. Make file isn't getting um well, that's a lot of -1. I don't think this is gonna work, but uh no. I want to do proxy server because I have these built. Oh no, it's build slash. Did I already read this one? Top 10 reasons why Java is better than C sharp. One is coffee. I like that. I was born to be a Java programmer. I can't believe I have to code and Go all day. What a terrible life. Yeah, that doesn't work. Okay. We'll have to do should have looked for a Go dev job. Could you imagine? That's weird. Let's do this. Huh. Finish rewriting the website. Nice. It's paid. It's paid nice at least. Yeah. Nice work, Jomi. I'll never get sick of Go. It's impossible. Kind of annoying that this doesn't work. But I bet if I go to terminal and run it, it'll work. Yep. Would you look at that? But we'll do deployment later. For now, I think we just gotta get all the artifacts building and getting combined. Everyday unit wakes up. He reminds himself by saying in front of a mirror, "At least I program and go." I slap my face. I slap my cheeks. The cheeks on my face, I mean. I just want to add that extra level of specificity. Splash water on my face. At least it's go. At least it's go. At least it's go. Unit sus compilation. Yeah. Shoot. I just leaked my nudes. I leaked them for free too. Could you imagine? That one was worth at least 5 newt bucks. 5, maybe even 6. Who can tell, you know? Who knows the going rate these days? New bucks go burr. Yep. I kind of think that this is the right way to structure it, where the external entity is like saying how to do everything, and the internal entity is not. I just highlighted the same code, but like also think that sometimes I might want to just build locally. But maybe I should just be using this the whole time. Waiting for someone to make a new bucks converter, a new bucks calculator, new bucks to USD. I think a new bucks about 100. I think it was 105 last time I checked in the market. It was $5 US, or sorry, 105 US. Would probably be a great project to do some Amogus web dev. This is good. I like that all of my artifacts, I know exactly where they are. That's the nice part. Actually, I wonder if I should do something like this. Artifacts always makes me think of Java. Yeah. I just don't know, I don't know any other words for it. If you have suggestions, let me know. But build artifacts is the correct term. Okay, I'm gonna start calling them artifacts. Are you guys okay with that? Build artifacts. Let's call them facts. I kind of like that more. That's even more ambiguous. Java facts. Now that we have our Go facts. Artifacts. Artifacts. Kind of for like that one. I'm glad. Oops. We'll do that. Look at our folder. I feel like the build folder should be up here though. I should have a whole build tree. This is a very like build everything at once mindset though. This stuff always wrinkles my brain. I feel like it's so hard to like structure this how I want to structure it with make. I might just use Go. I might see if I can use Go somehow. Because I don't think it's that hard to like launch these projects. Or launch these as just like subcommands. Build my own little like make, my own little Go version of make. Hmm. Go make. Isn't there already a Go make? I feel like that's a thing. 100% is, yeah. Well, there's this one. Redesign of GNU make. Oriented towards project management command uniformization among all your projects. Interesting. Gmake. There's also one called Magic or like Wizard or something like that. I don't remember exactly what it is though, but interesting. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Uno momento, por favor. Hello, hello. Florida man flexing in Spanish? Yep. Welcome to my world. Make. This break feels abnormally long. I told you he'd die soon. Dang. These are ruthless. Modern make. Which wraps make to provide additional functionality such as user-friendly help output, remote includes, eventually more. Otherwise acts as a pass-through to standard make. That's kind of interesting. Oh, interesting. I wonder what these are. These are different. Huh. Hmm. Look at the time. It's tea time. I should learn front end and web. Ugh. Oof. I don't know if I can handle that. I don't know if I can handle that kind of stress. I already cry enough as it is. Unit CSS leak? Where? Where? Did you do any CSS for your MARP? No, I didn't. I did what's it called? Oh, a lot of files. A lot of files. I did this. Uncover. Inverted. MARP was pretty nice to use though. I enjoyed it. I decided to go AE. Go ape with my MARP CSS. Can't wait to see all the colors. And I expect a lot of colors. A lot of clashing colors. I need to look at this picture a little bit and think. Hmm. What's the end goal of all of this? Like just for fun or testing? Or something else? I ask myself that every morning. I don't know. I don't have an answer for you. No, it's like my goal is to very easily build and deploy stuff, but I also want to like learn. I also want to figure out how to do it. Like, yeah, I could set up GitHub Action, which does the build, and then I could have a uh like I could do it like the traditional way, which is to have like a GitHub Action that builds like a Docker image that goes to a Docker registry in Google Cloud, and then I have that get pulled, and then I launch a Docker thing. But like I kind of already know how to do that way, so I'm kind of like, what would it be like to do it? Like what would like the best manual way be to do this? Because I often feel like a lot of the software, I feel like a lot of the software today is like really bloated. Like that whole path. The reason I don't like that path is that I like to have my logic look like this. Like here's like the big main. And then I want to have like, oh, this knows that a proxy exists. A proxy cert like this knows everything about this guy. And he controls how he gets made and deployed. Oops. Oh, that arrow went a little bit too far. Then there's a server. Like I want there to be a way, and this is the problem I had at my last job actually, or the last company I worked at, is a lot of this stuff is like really independent. Like how they have it set up, how a lot of places have it set up is this. They have like service 1. They have like service 2, service 3. And these are all like super siloed, and there's a lot of like configuration problems with like how S1 knows about S2 and how S2 knows about S1. S2 might know about S3. S1 knows about S3 in certain ways. Which ends up being there being configuration. So I kind of want to like pull all that configuration stuff out somehow. Or my high level objective is like it would be nice to capture like model this system some way else. Like I feel like I want to have like a way to model that. So I have this like, I don't know, I have kind of an I have a very small system where I have two services running and then a client, right? So it's like very small, right? And this is just like a web page. That was hard. That was the hardest E of my life. And this isn't like a main function in the traditional sense. It's like the main entry point to this like configuration. So like for example, you might have like the AWS way, you'd use like CloudFormation or you'd use CDK. There's also things like well, this is for more like infrastructure management, but I feel like it's all the same problem. And the problem, I think, well, I think it's all a very similar problem. And I'm still trying to like think, because I'm not like that experienced with this sort of stuff. So I'm trying to like will my way through it a little bit. So like I might be solving it in just a terrible way. I don't know. But I'm hoping to find that out. That's my goal. My goal is to do stupid stuff until it works. Need to change title now. Programmer teaches enterprise. Yeah. I don't like when there's implicit things in a system that I don't know about. But like I don't like when things connect but they don't know about each other. I think that's bad. I think there maybe is some arguments for it being good, but I don't think it's necessarily good. Like it's okay if two things don't know about each other, but things that connect together should know about each other. It's good if it's documented well. Yeah, like the problem that I've seen at least is that like nobody maintains documentation. So like understanding that like for like let's so this is like maybe a very abstract example, but like here's my example, right? Let's actually like in my situation, we can just draw out my diagram. Right? We have a server. This is the game server. This is the proxy server. This guy dials this guy, right? And this guy dials this guy. And then there's this connection that happens here. So like if I deploy these as 3 separate entities, then the proxy only works if there's a server deployed. And the proxy doesn't like the proxy has to somehow know where the server is going to be deployed. So that's like a kind of a configuration element, right? Like this guy's opening some port on his computer. He's a port and he's on a computer. Green is computer. Blue is port. Wow, this is tiny. This makes me think of Docker Compose. Yeah, I've heard of Docker Compose. I haven't looked into it. But like, yeah, this is like the same sort of problem that like Kubernetes tries to solve. And a lot of these like configuration type, I don't really know what to call them exactly. Configuration, like cloud configuration tools try to solve. Like he's on a computer, he has a port, something needs to decide what computer he's on and what port he's on, right? And the proxy needs to know that. So like something has to be over here that says like, oh, I'm gonna allocate you onto this server, and then I'm gonna open your thing here to this port. And then that data needs to get sent back to the proxy because the proxy needs to know that computer, that port, that computer, and that port, so that he can make that dial. So I guess there's different ways to solve it too, because you could also have like a host name, then you have DNS. Or you have like a load balancer which never changes. So you end up with like kind of hard-coded stuff though, because even if it's not a, I guess if you have a host name, you don't need the IP, you just need the host name. But you still need the port, I guess. So you end up with these configuration elements that are kind of decided somewhere else and passed in. I'm not really sure how to like reason about that yet. Like I kind of have it a little bit modeled. But what I did was I just made like a config.yaml and then I hard coded it. But it would be nice. It would be nice if I could do this in kind of a more like a more like managed way. So I'm trying to think of like what's the way to do that. For once, I at least kind of understand what Eunice is talking about very well. I don't think the problem is like I don't think it's a very hard to understand problem. I think people have problems with this all the time. But I'm not like, I don't think I'm expressing it to like the fullest extent very well because I'm kind of doing this off the top of my head. But I definitely don't know how to solve it. So if you're hoping for that, that's what I'm trying to figure out, I guess. But that's what it's all about, you know, solving problems. Yeah. I don't know. Do you guys like it more when I don't know what I'm doing or when I do know what I'm doing? Because sometimes I kind of like know what I'm about to do and I just go and like implement it. But I feel like this is a situation where I like don't really know which way to go. So I don't know if that's fun to to watch, but that's where we are. I like when you don't know how to implement. Okay, cool. There's a lot of picture drawing. That's how I was trying to think of it, like that's how I was trying to think of it, like a function. Like each of these is a function that launches a thing or that builds a thing. But I think building and launching is different. Then you also have like, you probably have like a pipeline, right? Where you have like your packages. All of those get built into something. I'm not going to do boxes because they're hard. So you want to bake the link stuff into the binary. I don't want to necessarily like bake it into the binary. That's what I'm doing right now, just because it was easy. I think the proper way is to either like when the, I guess for links specifically, the proper way might be to use like some DNS management thing, but I don't really know, to be honest. For links specifically, I guess I would probably want to dynamically, like at launch time, when I launch a new proxy, I want to tell it where the server is. But I don't want it to be in the binary. I want it to be something that this decides. So if this, like in this, could just hard code it, but that doesn't necessarily mean it gets built in. But you have like a build, then you have like an alpha server or something, or maybe a beta server. Then you have your production servers. Yeah, I think with Docker Compose, it kind of does that, I think. I think it sets host for each service in YAML file to service name, but I don't trust me. I barely have experience in Docker stuff. Yeah, I've done Kubernetes just a little bit, but not a lot. Like this is like the pretty traditional, like, maybe you have different regions. This is like the pretty traditional, like, deployment pipeline, right? You have a bunch of packages, you build them all into stuff, and then you deploy stuff. And then you have integration tests that you also deploy that test against your different stages. And there's some here, there's maybe some here, and you have different types of integration tests to do different stuff. Like different types of testing, I mean. We go straight to prod. In my case, I definitely do. That's mostly because I'm cheap. But like this is another like modeling, like another thing in the system that gets modeled, right? I don't know. This might be harder of a problem than I originally thought. So like there, I guess like, do you put one of these main things into each stage, or do you have one main thing which deploys differently? You know what I mean? Like, do you have a main thing that knows about the pipeline, and he knows like, oh, you have these packages, you want to do these builds, you want to do this alpha release, this beta release, this prod release, and all of that's captured here. Or do you have a main per stage? The main thing is like an API gateway which also deploys stuff. The main is like I'm not sure if this is well, like if for example, if I was using Kubernetes, this would be like the master process in Kubernetes that manages all of the deployments. Like if I had a main for alpha and that was one Kubernetes cluster, this would be like the whatever the manager is called in Kubernetes. But it's like I don't really know what to call it exactly because I'm not really sure all the stuff it should do. Like if you wanted to make it really broad reaching, then main might encompass. I don't know anything about Kube, yeah. Well, how this stuff usually works, I think, is they have like this they have like some like master server and like you send your YAML configs to this. But it knows your last. This is how I understand it. There's probably like better documentation on how it exactly works. This is how I understood it though. You send your new YAML to the master node. The master node has like the last YAML, and this is like a little cluster in itself probably, just for like reliability. But you have like your last YAML, then you have your new YAML, and you have some delta, right? That gets computed. Then you have like a big cluster of computers, and this delta gets sent out to them. And each of these like nodes in the cluster gets modified to apply this delta. So if you say like, oh, I have this service and I have the pool is like 10 nodes, but I want to make it 15 now, the master node's going to go and say like, oh, give me 5 more nodes and then put this Docker image on those 5 nodes and then route this load balancer to those 5 nodes or to those 5 extra nodes as well. But if you want to build that all from scratch, we're going to be here a long time. Yeah, that I don't know. I like would be cool though. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just kind of like thinking. I wasn't really like yeah, I'm just thinking about it. Thinking about stuff. I feel like sounds like fun and a pain to me. Exactly. I'm super masochistic. I like the pain. Would be definitely an interesting thing to stream and build live. Yeah. I just don't really know. I was kind of thinking that it would be like not like trivial, but like I thought it would be a lot easier. But now that I'm like kind of like unraveling all the stuff that happens here, like I don't even think Kubernetes manages a pipeline for you. I think you have your pipeline external to Kubernetes, and then you might deploy. Like you probably have the same cluster, but I think you can have zones in Kubernetes. You probably have like your alpha zone, your beta zone, or whatever. Then you have like production zones and stuff. I think they segment it somehow. I think this is an interesting topic. I don't know. I mostly work on stuff that I'm interested in. GitOps, I haven't heard of that. This will need a follow-up meeting. Yeah. You mind if we take this off? You mind if we park this discussion and talk about it off stand-up? Yeah. Let's park this. Let's park this discussion. Let's put a pin in this one. Your repo is a source of truth, and a tool like Argo CD syncs the repo state YAML inside the Kubernetes cluster. GitOps gives you tools and frameworks to take DevOps practices like collaboration, CI/CD, version control, and apply them to infrastructure, automation, application development. Developers can work in the code repositories they already know, while operations can put other necessary pieces into place. You need infrastructure that can be declaratively managed. Operating model for Kubernetes and cloud. Hmm. I do that at work currently. It works very well. How long is this video? Oh, wow. Homework. Yeah, I need to do some homework on this task. I need to do some further investigations. Can we up this task points to maybe eight task points? Concept wise, it's easy. Yeah, I don't understand the concept. I can't find like what is it? All I see is this: GitOps versus DevOps. What is GitOps? Pictures, 1,000 words. Dev, Git, RO, read only, CI, infrastructure as code, configuration, application code, all into Git. Okay. This is now a DevOps stream. Yeah. The problem is I'm interested to see how they specify infrastructure as code. Oh, I don't want to be on pictures. No. Oh, it's like Terraform. I haven't looked at their stuff too much. I think that infrastructure as code is the right way to do it. Because the problem with declarative syntaxes is that as soon as you need to do something different than what they already provide, you can't. It's like it's great if all you're doing is what they provide, but everything else is just like impossible now. You put Argo CD in your Kubernetes cluster, then tell it which repo to look at. It constantly checks if changes are made to a specific project branch and syncs it. Interesting. So your repo is always what's deployed to your system. Huh. Well, let's look at Python. Actually, let's look at Go. CDK Terraform. Error, you need to set this thing in your config to be true. Next error, this thing in the config is deprecated. That hurts. I actually shouldn't say that. 5-year-old kid might get offended. From saying importing time? Terraform is more infra encode to tell you which cloud provider you want, which locations, how many resources, etc. If you really want to make 5-year-olds offended, you should make a joke about Python. I remember that. You're such a bully. I can't even get. I don't even know. Rise of everything as code. See, this isn't. See, I don't even know if I'd consider declarative coding as coding. Because you're not really coding anything, right? You're just saying, like, retrieve all virtual machines. If there's no virtual machine, set up a new one. If there's already there, do nothing. I almost feel like this is the better way to do it. Declarative. Managing infrastructure. Like, you can accomplish this same thing though with the imperative way. I would argue. I just think the model isn't right yet. Oh, this is very recent. Dang. Take a look at Argo CD. Automated, auditable. I wish they would just like, I guess this is a pretty good, actually I don't really understand that diagram. Architecture. Git, PR merge, webhook event. UI, CLI. gRPC REST. Argo CD is implemented as a Kubernetes controller which continuously monitors running applications and compares the current live states against the desired target state, as specified in the Git repo. Okay. So this just like this just prevents you from having to like manually trigger the deployment, but like you still are doing a Kubernetes thing. Interesting. Okay, so you make a Kubernetes definition, kubectl apply. So it's a bunch of Kubernetes stuff. Oh, this is a Kubernetes tutorial. Oh, I'm on kubernetes.com somehow. I thought that was gonna take me to their oh, I don't know. I think I kind of understand it though. It basically just reads the repo. When you make a change in the repo, the repo, it's gonna redeploy your Kubernetes for you. If you don't want to go the Kubernetes route, it's of course not the right choice, but the general approach is great. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this makes sense. Like, I like the idea. I like that idea. That's exactly the way I think it should be. Like, I think you should make a push in your deployment, like quote unquote deployment repo or whatever. What was mine called? Mine's called like CI, which is probably a terrible name. I'll probably change it, but like you make a push to that, and then that triggers the next stage of your pipeline, you know? So I like that structure. I think it fits even better with mono repos. But I think that's just one piece of the puzzle. Oops. Like that's kind of like a monitor. That's the monitor that like triggers the pipeline. Right, and its objective is to constantly be pushing it to the next region. But maybe you could, So you have packages, you build them, right? And then you have this like blob. And I think I'm trying to think, would you ever have like multiple blobs? Or should you just have one thing? I feel like this process, whatever this is, like whatever this is, should manage all of your pipeline stages. Like I think that should be that should be in this definite, whatever definition this is. Um, yeah, I think one of the concerns I had earlier was that you want people who are working in a specific repo. Like this is one repo, you know? Like you want the people developing here to be able to easily build and test. But I don't think that like the way I have it currently is I have a bash script that kicks off a server, kicks off a proxy, and launches a client. But I don't think that that's a very good scalable testing solution, because what do I have to do now if I ever add any other services? Now you have to have it you have to like increase that script constantly. But what that script should be is it should be like a pre-build type, not pre-build, that's the wrong word because that's already something. It should be like a script in here, I think, for testing this repo. Like what I think it should be is I think it should be it should be a script I run or it should be like a build or deployment that I run locally. It should be a deployment that I run locally to launch all of my stuff, essentially. Like a service mesh. You guys are giving me a lot of terms. I like it though. What is a service mesh? There's a way to control how different parts of applications share data with one another. Each part of an app called a service relies on other services to give users what they want. If a Sorry. This new service will on applications are often broken down this way as a network of services, each performing a specific business function. In order to execute its function, one service might need to request data from several other services, but what if some of the services get overloaded with requests? This is where service mesh comes in, routes the request from one service to the next, optimizing how moving parts work together. This seems to define like this is like this definition, I think, right? Well, deploy it locally, run it locally, then Docker Compose sounds like a nice alternative to Kubernetes. Still Docker though. Yeah, I don't necessarily have any problems with Docker. I guess I could look into Docker Compose. I think today is just going to be like a research day. We're not going to do very much coding, so if you came to watch that, I apologize. Here we are Googling. Define your app's environment with a Docker file so it can be reproduced anywhere. Okay. I know. And TLK even suggested it way early on, I think. Like I'm not opposed to using these tools as long as they give me something that I can build on top of. The problem with some of these things, like Kubernetes, I could maybe build on top of, but I have to write code that generates like YAMLs basically. But it sounds like I'll have to do that here too. Docker Compose works, but if you're going to deploy it somewhere on a server, I don't like it that much. But in the end, you'll end up at Kubernetes anyways. Yeah, the complexity just scales to the moon at a certain point. Yeah. Well, yeah, like managing complexity is just like the hardest part about this. I think there's different ways to do it. Docker Compose. Well, I guess what's the difference between I guess maybe that's what I should Google. Docker was like creating and starting one or multiple containers. Kubernetes serves as more of a platform to create a network where we can orchestrate containers. That's why I asked what your end goal is. Yeah. My end goal is basically this. I don't have any colors. I run out of colors, but my main goal is to have something here that defines everything, but in a programmatic way so that I can encapsulate things how I want them to be encapsulated. Oh, I know. This guy has so many Java things. These what's the geek there's some geek some website that's got geek in it, and that one has so many ads. It's terrible. This one has a lot of ads too, but I have ad blocker, so it's not as bad. Yeah, it's like it's also green, but it's a darker green. Yeah, I don't remember. It's something geek. Geek's in the name somehow. All right. Geeks for Geeks. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you've been there. Yeah, I mean, what you want to get out of the project wise. Like, do you want to do stuff? Do you want to learn different stuff or scale to a lot of users, make money with it, etc.? I'm kind of in like a learning phase right now. I'm not really in a make money with it type phase. Like, oh yeah, I guess my end goal is to like figure out the best way to do this. So that's why I'm kind of like going against the grain a little bit. Professor uses it as reference material sometimes. Yeah. Yeah, geeks for geeks. That's exactly right. Yeah. So I'm going a little bit against what people typically do. Like a lot of I think a lot of well, I don't know. I hate to be like this is how industry does it because I don't know like all of industry. Yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah, I definitely should try to be more simpler. But like I do want to yeah, actually this is what happens to me a lot. As I'll like think about things too hard. I don't get why programming sites really have a light mode. Yeah. I get too like too much into the analysis part and then like all I'll do is analyze it, and I'll never actually like prototype it. And then I'll prototype one small thing, and I'll be like, oh, this is way better. I definitely need to prototype it, but I think to some degree it's good to look at what other people do, because I kind of know like what I want as a developer, and that's what this is. I want this, but I don't know how to build that yet. So I'm interested to see like what options there are. There's a command line tool for running multiple Docker containers with a YAML template definition. We can add a version. So this is a lot lighter weight than Kubernetes. We can add volumes and networks. We can also define dependencies and environment variables. Let's create Docker Compose YAML for creating a Postgres SQL database. How does this match them to hardware though? Oh, we commonly use Docker Compose to create microservice infrastructure environment that links different services over a network. In addition, Docker Compose is widely used to create and destroy isolated testing environments for our test suites. Moreover, if we're interested in scalability, we can look at Docker Swarm, a project created by Docker to work at the orchestration level like Kubernetes. However, compared to Kubernetes, Docker Swarm has limited offerings. Docker Compose is a lot lighter weight, very easy to get to using it started. Yeah, this actually might be a good thing to start with, because like right now I'm obviously running stuff in like Tmux, which isn't ideal. So like either I have to build something that manages like launching, deploying, and all of that, but like I don't really want to solve that problem too much. With Kubernetes, often referred to as K8s, we automate deployments and management of applications in a containerized and clustered environment. Google's initial work on K8 went to blah, 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 blah. In the container era, Kubernetes got significant attention to such an extent that it's now the most popular distributed system orchestrator. Try Docker Compose on stream. I definitely have Docker on my computer. Like I definitely could. That would be yeah. That would be if I go with the Docker Compose way, I'll definitely try it. I'll definitely do it on stream so you guys can watch me suffer. Where was I? In Kubernetes, different components. Control plane, that's what they call, what I call the master node, that's what they call the control plane. Oh, that's what they mean by components, okay. Different components are part of a cluster that consists worker machines called nodes. Nodes are an air container applications inside pods. Kubernetes is all about managing artifacts deployed to pods on virtual machines or nodes. The nodes are containers. They are all grouped in a cluster as endpoints, DNS, storage, and scalability. Pods are non-permanent resources. For example, a deployment can destroy them dynamically. This is one of the problems I have with Kubernetes, is that it's not very easily to have these persistent things run. Usually we can expose applications as services, yeah, which will always be available at the same endpoint. Oh, declarative or imperative. I didn't know that. Imagine using imperative commands. What are these, like API calls? Oh, I guess so you can make API calls. That's kind of cool. I didn't know. I actually didn't know that. I thought you had to make YAMLs. Kubernetes template. Yep. Got that. Yeah, I know I've used kubectl before. I just didn't realize you could actually like spawn things that way. But I assume that they have like an open API, like kubectl makes API calls. I could write code that makes the same API calls. While Docker Compose is about creating and starting multiple containers, Kubernetes serves as more as a platform to create a network where we can orchestrate containers. These problems, resource optimization, self-healing containers, downtime during application redeployment. That's something that would be nice if I guess, yeah, auto scaling. Kubernetes takes multiple isolated containers to a stage where resources are always available with the potential optimal distribution. However, when it comes to development, Docker Compose can configure all the application service dependencies to get started with, for example, our automated tests. So it's a powerful tool for local development. Swarm mode. Swarm mode. For natively managing a cluster of Docker engines called a swarm. Use Docker CLI to create a swarm, deploy application services to a swarm, manage swarm behavior. What's up, BMW official? Oh gosh. Here comes some text. Mm-hmm. Oh, 100. It's 100% BMW official. Yes, I'll take your sponsorship. I'll take your BMW sponsorship. Thank you. You can find my mailing address on something. I don't know. Cluster management integrated with Docker Engine. Use Docker Engine CLI to create a swarm. For each service, you declare the number of tasks you want to run. When you scale up or down, the swarm manager automatically adapts by adding or removing tasks. You can specify an overlay network for your service. Start with normal compose. Yeah, I'm just looking at what the difference is. Let's look at Docker. How do we go to Docker Compose? Compose command, the Docker CLI, supports most of the Docker Compose commands and flags. Expects to be dropped and release. Oh, okay. Oh, this is compatibility. Docker Compose. Overview. Compose is a tool for defining and running multi-container Docker applications. With Compose, use a YAML file to configure your application services. Then with a single command, you create and start all the services from your configuration. To learn more, TLDR, I got for the last 20 minutes. Docker Compose is probably good enough for me. Cube looks interesting. YAML. Docker Swarm suck. more like kubectl or Kubernetes is probably too complicated and doesn't do all the right stuff that I want. Docker Compose, maybe I could use it. Docker Swarm is, I have no idea what it does. And yes, a lot of YAML. Using Docker Compose is basically a 3-step process. Oh, I think I've read this. Define your app's environment with a Docker file. Define your services that make up your app in Docker Compose YAML so they can be run together in an isolated environment. Run Docker Compose up, and Docker Compose command starts and runs your entire app. You can alternatively run Docker Compose up using Compose standalone. Okay. This is a Docker Compose YAML. Okay. Services web build dot ports volumes image start, stop, and rebuild. So they probably have APIs too then, right? Oh, web is just an, oh, gotcha, okay. I tried to build my own Docker lamp stack. How'd it go? Was it hard? Multiple isolated environments on a single host. Okay. Reserve volume data. Only recreate containers that have changed. My friend kept saying Redis is host. Hmm. The thing I'm interested to know. This all runs on one computer, right? How do you do it on multiple computers? Networking, maybe? Like Kubernetes has a control plane that manages everything. Does this have that? Because I don't think it. Multi-host networking. When deploying a compose application on a Docker engine, what is a Docker engine? With swarm mode enabled, Docker lets you expose ports. Current version of Docker includes swarm mode for natively. Swarm of Docker engines. Oh, I guess this is so Swarm makes. Oh, so it's instead of having a control plane, they kind of have like a distributed control plane across all of the nodes. So maybe Swarm does at rollout time, you can apply service updates to nodes incrementally. The Swarm Manager lets you control the delay between service deployment, two different sets of nodes. Everything goes wrong, you roll back. Okay. A node is an instance of the Docker engine participating in the swarm. You can think of this as a Docker node. You can run one or more nodes on a single physical computer or cloud server, but production swarms typically include Docker distributed across multiple physical or cloud machines. They have a nice tutorial. I'm just curious, like, as I can go here, swarm mode tutorial. Um, 3 networked host machines. Okay. One possible setup for the hosts. Oh, so you have to make one that's the manager. Unit home lab. Oh, I'm working on it. IP address of the manager machine. The IP address must be assigned to a network interface available. All nodes in the swarm need to be connected to the manager at the IP address. Because other nodes contact the manager node on its IP address, you should use a fixed IP. Okay. You know, as ifconfig. Okay. Or uses manager 1. So you have a manager node, and then you have a bunch of like worker nodes. Then the manager will do the stuff on the worker nodes, I guess. You're about to get a ton of used Office Mini PCs and make a huge Docker swarm. Exactly. That would actually be pretty cool. Advertise IP. Hit me up. We got a meeting room filled with old PCs. Oh, really? That's what if I do build a little like home lab, I'll probably do that, exactly that. Like reach out to a company. That's how I salvaged my Surface Pro 6. Oh dang. Like I feel like there's a way to buy these old computers from these offices, right? There's got to be a website to do that. Oh, interesting. Swarm node, swarm join. Docker info. Do I execute all this from Docker node ls manager? Oh, so manager is a oh, Docker node ls. Okay. Add nodes to a swarm. Swarm join. Deploy a service. Replicas 1. Alpine ping docker.com. Okay. But some companies can't be asked. So you can create a, I guess replicas says how many replications you want. I guess so you don't get to decide how your computers map to your swarm. Docker inspect, hello world, Docker run, oh service PS. It's just inspecting, oh scaling. If you haven't already, open a terminal, SSH in the machine where you're running the manager. Yeah, Docker service scale. Run the following command to change the desired state. For example, scale hello world 5. Using swarm was created 4 new tasks. Oh, so I scaled hello world replicas to 5 now. Interesting. Applying rolling updates. You can configure rolling update policy at service deployment time. The update delay flag configures the time delay between updates to a service task or a set of tasks. You can describe the time T as a combination of number of seconds, TS, T minutes, T hours. By default, the scheduler updates 1 task at a time. You can do multiple if you want. I feel like it might be worth it to use Docker. Inspect Redis. This is just looking at it. Drain a node. Hmm. Sorry, I just skimmed through that whole thing. I didn't even read anything. Docker node update availability drain node ID. Huh. Routing mesh. Docker Engine Swarm mode makes it easy to publish ports for services to make them available to resources outside the swarm. Oh, so this is a way to like open up your swarm to being accessed. Container network. UDP for container ingress network. You must also open the published ports between the swarm nodes to any external resources, such as external load balancer that require access to the port. Published port to the container port. Swarm does sound kind of cool. The only thing is it doesn't. I guess this isn't too big of a deal, but it doesn't like. There's no way to automatically make and delete nodes. So if you have a fixed, like scale, if you have a fixed number of computers, it's not a big deal, I guess. But swarm task states. New, pending, assigned. Oh, uses Raft for consensus. Managers and workers. Build admin UI. Oh, for Docker Swarm. Could be cool. An in manager. Oh, okay. Adding more managers does not increase scalability or higher performance. In general, the opposite is true. You probably just want like 3 managers, or maybe 2. Oh, maybe you have to have 3. Otherwise, they can't vote. To prevent a scheduler from placing tasks on a manager node in a multi-node swarm, set the availability for the manager node to drain. This. Oh, okay. So they can put tasks onto managers, I guess by default. How services work. Yeah, so you basically define to the manager what you want and how many you want of them. I wonder if Docker Swarm will automatically restart Docker containers that crash. Like, I wonder if it automatically does restarts. I guess Docker probably does that, right? But I guess what I mean is, will it ever just like pop my task and put it into another? You know, like even while it's running. For like web services, that's okay, but I have a lot of stuff cached. Like like I couldn't have my server just get brought down and moved over. That would be a problem. Will Docker Swarm automatically restart containers? Another Baldung article. Docker has safeguards to prevent services from running into restart loop. This isn't exactly what I want. Hmm. It is interesting. I'll be right back. I have to go to the bathroom again. Hey now, don't you post any shit. Don't you do it. Sorry, sending a text message. What you gonna do, fire me? Unbelievable. The nerve of this guy. Oh, you're fired. Do I do it? I use your own channel? Perfect. I could never. The gall. Literally what I once said to my ex-manager who was mad at me because I didn't listen to their stupid request after I was due to leave in a few days. Oh, that's smart. At least you're on your way out, you know? So I feel like Docker Compose lines up a little bit with what I was trying to do. Like I was thinking of having like a master or a manager node or whatever that has a bunch of computers. Ban me and see your productivity lower to minus 100. I probably would have finished my MMO by now. It probably would have been fully featured. Had probably 1,000 concurrent players. Scaled across the entire world. I might even be a millionaire by now too. So how did we get onto this tangent of freaking Docker and Kubernetes? I guess because I went into this whole tangent, didn't I? Builds this stuff. Yeah, I know. We were trying to like I'm trying to build and deploy my thing, and it's like, well, what about this? Well, what about this? Well, what about this? Yeah. Who started this conversation? I like how you put themselves, implying that I'm the one that needs to ban myself. Unreal. Unreal. So I feel like if this was mapped to Docker Compose, this would be like all of the Compose YAML files. I don't mean to do that. This would be like the whole swarm definition. It's weird though, because you might have different. If you did it that way, you might have different alpha like values. Like you only want one replica on alpha, but you want like two. If you use Docker Compose locally, it builds the images for you. Like the Docker images. Yeah, okay. Hmm. Scalability is a whole different story, but doubts need at the beginning. Yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah, it's fun to think about though. Like, it's fun to at least, or I at least want to like account for it, even though I might not like do this massive scaling thing. I don't want to like lock myself in, you know? Um, try this tutorial if you like it. Try it with your stuff. If not, well, yeah. Yeah, I might try it another time. I don't think I'd be able to get through it today because I don't know how much longer I'm going to stay on. Um, but I just still want to keep thinking about this. I'm trying to think of like how to. I'm trying to decide how I want to think about like artifacts that get built. I guess right now they're binaries, but they might also be like Docker files. But eventually they're just some like there's some like grouping of files that can be run. Like right, it's like something that just can be executed. Then that thing needs to be copied to all the computers. At deploy time, it's like just copy to the computer and then start it. And then stop the old one if it was running. Hmm. Let me think here. I'm just gonna write like fake code. Like this is like what maybe like the most ideal think. Sorry, that's not allowed here. I know. I'm not gonna think. I'm just gonna prototype. I'll think about it later. I think ideally, if I wanted to specify this, how would I model it? I'd probably do like hmm. I don't know. I would do like build. I don't know, build thing. CMD proxy. I probably would want to build. All right, let's look at this really quick. Oh, that's actually okay. Let's just look at proxies and servers. Hmm. If I was doing, I guess you have different stages too. And the different stages might have different configs as well. I think that all of that though should be like everything in the pipeline. I think I should try to have one thing that gets passed all the way through, and everything else should be like a config defined by that. And I do want to model, I think I want to try to model the whole thing in here. So it's like I want to build the proxy, I want to build the server. So I think that those this should be all that I need, I think. I don't think I should need anything else. And then like, I don't know, if I have like a test flag. Then it should be like deploy proxy like locally. So I guess I want to specify the computer. I don't know, something like this. Like I want to deploy the proxy to the local computer. And I also want to deploy the server. Or maybe what I should probably do is this. If you're in the test stage, you basically get your local computer and you deploy them there. But the problem is the proxy needs to know about, like there's some configuration things that need to be passed in when you do deployment. So like this config, like I need to have some config that gets passed in as well. I don't know. Maybe I can specify it like that or something. Because all this needs to do is it needs to launch. It just needs to launch it here. Well, it's kind of weird though, because it's like you want to check if it's launched already, if it already exists. If it already exists, you want to relaunch it. But if it's the same thing, you probably don't want to relaunch it. Is this even good? I don't even know if this is good. I don't know. I think I'm too hungry to think. I think I might need to go eat lunch. I feel bad having like not accomplished very much today though. I feel like I didn't do anything, but I don't know. I guess I learned a lot. Yeah. It's a lot, Conifer. Also, I drew some diagrams, so. How's your server holding up? Good. Yeah, thanks, Evan, for stopping by. Have a nice weekend. Oh, do you mean like how's the Oh my gosh. Oh gee. I need to add user authentication. I'm Picasso. Let's see how much money you're using. Holy spike. Cent 150. A lot of updates. A lot of physics updates. Yeah, I need the IP limit. Well, this thing's not working very well. Yeah, it's like moving and the server is just really laggy. Like I'm holding this and it keeps snapping back because the server hasn't even processed it and then eventually it moves. They're ghosts. Uh, let's do this. I don't know if this is gonna let me log in. You might have froze me out. Yeah, look at this thing. It's at 200%. Oh, I can't do it on this one because I'm already in Tmux. Dang it. I can do any more. Thanks for 32 gigabytes. Gosh. It's really not using that much bandwidth. I guess it's almost a megabyte per second. But we must have a lot of people logged in. Oh, you've logged a lot of people out now. Oh, is it just crashing? We lost connection. Look at this guy. 244%. Kinto bankrupt unemployed programmer. That'll be my next had to sell my house. I might had to sell my house and my car. Living in a tent. I can't even SSH in. Let's try from here. Stress test your code and wallet, yeah. Yeah, that'll be my next YouTube title. With my shocked face. Yeah, I think my server's just too small. "32 active users," it says. Oh, that's weird. It still says unknown message header. Uh-oh. I thought I deployed the framing code, but we found more bugs. That's okay. We can restart it. Boom. All fixed. All right, boys. I'm gonna go eat. Thanks for stopping in. It was fun. It was a fun one. We learned a lot, I think. Part 2? Oh, for this? For this topic? Are you interested in this topic? Part 2 cost $5.99. I probably won't stream until Tuesday. But I might do this more of the same stuff. I think I'm gonna think about. I'm gonna need a few days to mull all of this over and come up with a plan of attack. But I think I got some good input today from you guys, so I appreciate that. It's just like it's a lot to like. There's a lot of moving components. General unit circa 1874. You know it. I need a like commander's hat now, you know? An hour before his death. I just don't know. I hate when I don't know, but I feel I'll figure it out though. What? This is literally worthy. Worthy. What is? Oh, this? Who this? Print it out, sell it in my merch store. I should. Yeah, people would love to see this. People would love to have this on their wall. And they'd be like, what does it mean? And then everyone would be like, nobody knows. Not even I know what this means. I feel like I'm like, Doru got moist from it. I sure did, I hope so. I feel like I'm like, teetering on the edge of knowing what I want to do. I feel like it's all like very close. I feel like I've drawn all the components at least. I just need to like, think about it. I think it's super cool though. I just don't know. I don't know. I don't know what I don't know. Shush. Yeah, I'm gonna ponder it. I'm gonna ponder it over a sub. Over a sub for lunch. All right, guys. That's it for today. Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. It was fun. This dude. Oh gosh. You just keep me around now. You missed the start of the stream. Whose fault is that? Yeah, see you, Doru. See you, Conifer. Have a good one. Wendy's yesterday. I know, it was delicious. Subway today. Gosh. Hey, get off my back. Let me live my life. Let me make bad decisions. Let's hear it. What is it gonna be? Unit of kg. Yeah, dude, it's bulking. I'm bulking right now, okay? I'm in my bulking phase. Alright, guys. For real this time. I'll see you later. Have a good one. Bye-bye.